15 minutes into the session in New York City, equities decline. We're down 0.4% on the S&P. We are down around about a third on the Nasdaq. The news from China overnight abandoning its GDP target. Take a listen to what Diana Choileva of Endo Economics had to say.
The dropping of the GDP growth target at during today's speech of the Premier Li Keqiang is a big deal. The Communist Party has a sort of unwritten agreement with the Chinese people that we give you growth and stability and employment and an improvement in your livelihoods, and you keep us in power. And that is now under threat.
Pleased to say that our friend and colleague Selina Wang joins us now off the back of that. Selina, talk to us about it. Why does this actually matter when it was so widely expected?
Jonathan, it's interesting what Diana just said, because actually I spoke to Cornell professor just a few days ago, Jessica Chen Weiss, who said that as China's economy continues to slow, they're actually going to be relying more on nationalism and securing a safe and stable China as the justification for Communist Party rule. But it is a big deal because normally this is the North Star, this is the anchor for policymaker. It is what those local governments and provinces really see as a cue for their own investment and spending. So the fact that we didn't get this target for the first time in decades, John, just really underscores the scale of the disruption and the uncertainty caused by the pandemic. But we did get some concrete numbers in some other areas. For instance, the targeted budget deficit was widened to more than 3.6% of GDP. That's more than the 3% in the wake of the financial crisis. China also plans to boost its infrastructure investment with a focus on technology advancement, paying for it with some $500 billion worth of special bonds. And the very clear top priority here is job creation. An estimated some 130 million people were laid off or furloughed as a result of the pandemic. And given that social contract that Diana mentioned at the top of the show, it is important to keep stable employment for social stability. So they say they are targeting to create 9 million jobs this year. That is less than the 11 million they targeted last year, but still a substantial amount.
Selina Wang from Beijing. Selina, thanks for staying up late for us. Fantastic to see you. Running us through the latest with the GDP targets or lack thereof from the Chinese Communist Party. Joining us now, Chetan Nair of Morgan Stanley, chief economist who I know has a wealth of experience covering this region. Chetan, fantastic to have you with us on the phone. Usually they tell us where GDP will be, and that's exactly where GDP will be. Now they're not going to tell us where GDP will be. As an economist, what difference does that make to you?
Well, I think it just is an acknowledgement of the uncertainty that we have because of coronavirus, not only in China, but also globally, and that matters to them. So I think it's just an acknowledgement of the uncertainty that we have when we're thinking about global growth outlook and China growth outlook. I wouldn't take that as a negative. I think in reality, as the speaker just before mentioned to me, they care about employment market and social stability. And for that, they will need growth. So I think impliedly, I think that pact of trying to achieve higher growth is still there.
We caught up with UBS a little bit earlier in the program, Chetan, and we had a conversation about China's recovery and whether China's presence is our future, whether it's the United States or Europe for that matter as well. What are we learning about the recovery as China reopens and is several weeks ahead of Europe and the United States on reopening? What are you learning about that? And how much of a parallel can we expect between that experience and what we might experience in the future?
So, Jonathan, I think the interesting thing that I am learning out of that is that there is a solution to this virus problem. Before we have the vaccine, we can actually open the economy relatively at a higher level, and that's what China has indicated. So we are expecting China's output to start growing on a year-on-year basis in the month of June. And for the full quarter, we're expecting China's GDP to grow by 1.2%. in quarter ending June. That is, I think, what is an important message that we get out of the developments in China. And then I also draw the of other countries in the region, for example, South Korea and then Hong Kong. We are seeing that they are not actually having the app which gives them a signal in terms of green or red that China has, and yet they are actually able to open the economies to a relatively high level. So I was actually taking a positive message out of the developments in the region, not just China, that we should be able to see a greater amount of economic activity as Europe and US open up too.
Well, let's talk about the trajectory for the United States to round out this conversation. There are many people that think we will move into a disinflationary trend, that you will get that initial kick higher in the economy just because of a sequential movement from shutdown to reopening. Then you get the sequential improvement in the months to come. And then we get this sluggish, long slog of a recovery. Chetan, do you still see things differently?
Yeah, we do, Jonathan. I think in my conversation with investors, they find our forecast for the U.S. optimistic. So we are expecting U.S. output levels to get back to where it was before COVID-19 by fourth quarter of 21. And people are not accepting that view because they think that this is a supercharged version of GFC. And in GFC, we took 14 quarters to get back to where we were before crisis. And we think that this is a different shock and several reasons for that. But the most important one is that this is not an endogenous shock where you see it starting out with a financial crisis. This is an exogenous shock. And secondly, we are seeing policy support, which is very different. And usually I watch three things in policy stimulus: timing, coordination between monetary and fiscal, and scale. And we've got tick box on right click on all of the three parameters. And just in terms of the scale, I just wanted to emphasize it for your viewers that we are going to get about 24% of GDP fiscal deficit in the U.S. in 2020. And our expectation is that the Fed in this cycle will expand its balance sheet by 38% of GDP, which is almost double of what we did during QE 1, 2, and 3 together. So I think the recovery is going to be happening much faster than what the market is thinking right now.
Chetan I of Morgan Stanley. Chetan, always thoughtful stuff. Please enjoy the long weekend if you can. In this equity market, we're down a third of 1% of the S&P. Let's peel it back, get some sector price action. Here's Abigail Dillittle.
John, with those small declines for the major averages in the S&P 500 in particular, not surprisingly, there is a slightly risk-off or bearish tone sector-wise. When we use the IMAP in the Bloomberg terminal, it looks more bearish than it is because 10 of the 11 sectors are down, but most of them are down by less than 0.5%. On bottom, energy down 2% in sympathy with oil. We have the financials down in sympathy with yields lower as bonds rally. Up top, real estate getting a bid because of yields being lower. Those dividends look attractive. On the week, though, John, it's a different story. Most sectors are higher, and the best sectors do have that cyclical and that sensitive tilt that we've been talking about all week. Industrials, energy, consumer cyclical, and the financials. Let's see whether or not that strong economy sector composition can last, or if it's a one-week wonder, John.
Abigail Dillittle, great to catch up with you. Abigail, thank you. Next up on this program, a programming note for me about next week. We'll catch up with you in a bit. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
From New York City this morning, good morning to you all. Equities are just a little bit lower on the S&P 500. No drama here whatsoever. Next week, just a programming note from me. First and foremost, nothing will change about this program. Same time, same place, right here on Bloomberg Television. I'll be with you. Something will change on the program before, and I'd like to take the opportunity to say fantastic work to Alex Steele, who has done a tremendous job over the last several years. I was working alongside her at one point, running that slot that comes before this one. Next week, she'll be joining Guy Johnson. I have no doubt that the two of them will make a fantastic program. I'd just like to say from 7 to 9 Eastern, Tom and I have been putting a program together for a long, long time. It's done tremendously well on radio. We needed a bit of supervision, and I'm pleased to say that Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz agreed to do that. So from next week at 7 to 9 Eastern, both on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio, I'll be with Tom Keene together with Lisa Abramowitz, and then I'll be right here as I always am from 9 to 10 Eastern, taking you through the opening bow. So looking forward to bringing you that on Tuesday morning from New York. This was the Countdown to the Open. This is Bloomberg.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated.
Order submitted.
And filling
Order
the gaps
submitted.
between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan, and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a
Order
disaster zone.
filled.
With a
Order
military and
submitted.
telecom
Order
background,
submitted.
Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things, they're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm,
Order submitted.
so he's limited
Order
mobility.
submitted.
He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. That's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off. These guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop. A family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we
Order
are
filled.
the first
Order
health
submitted.
team
Order
to
submitted.
come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides
Order
severity,
filled.
because
Order
they have
submitted.
been not
Order
going to a
submitted.
doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground,
Order
drive,
filled.
and see
Order
the people and talk to
canceled.
the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of in life happens. You know, I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de Rivera. This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
Order submitted.
We have seen the
Order
shift
submitted.
from
Order submitted.
traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
There's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically. Bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way.
Order canceled.
Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. order filled, order canceled.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law with its swagger and ill-fitting suits caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for Mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connection devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for
Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
And from that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. election.
Yes.
The U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to us, say,
You applied.
24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Valleywag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him,
Order filled.
I have also
Order
heard
submitted.
that he
Order
is no
submitted.
longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
– 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is
Order
the culprit.
canceled. Order
and it's
canceled.
just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires,
Order
droughts,
filled.
and
Order
the hits
canceled.
keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The US was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together.
Order submitted. Order
The
submitted.
last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube.
Order filled.
But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives. So we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom. So as soon as I had one, I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something. It just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table, once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue 能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
Order submitted.
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of like predominantly Asian artists, you know, really like making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but like for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I like, you know, I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. Like, to be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would like take pisses here, you know what I mean? Like, it was, you know, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and like just the shit that he was saying, like the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick like 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just like everything about it, man. Just like, it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets like super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. You know, and it's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chiga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this.
It's just Taco Bell.
Order
what could
submitted.
possibly go wrong?
To creating something like
submitted.
this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chiga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I
was here at 1.
I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see
I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's That's my dad, son.
Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, You live online and social media, but like there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by
Order
accident.
canceled.
And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. I have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do. Was that good? It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. He's written it out bigger on the board, thank you. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures. Whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
Order submitted. Order filled.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音が出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいやってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになって。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。逆に初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索して いきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
肉って魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, You're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning, who used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats could face real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone to girl Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like,
Canada.
Is your daughter making videos? And I think my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Order canceled. Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was in his prime. And Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did. Because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along. It's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas_a_chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook
Order
or
canceled.
a
Order
21st Century
canceled.
Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned even if there are swerves ahead.
Dara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing in a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but This is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yeah. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, etc. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of...
Profits would help. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things?
Well, I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, etc., sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, you know, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in
to a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will.
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars? I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially, you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people.
That's telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously, though, the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this time this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous, because they have followership within the company, because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem, because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else, because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms, because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So, because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
So here we are on the eve of the unofficial start to summer. It is Friday, May 22nd, 2020, ahead of the long weekend. Live from New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. Jason, what's interesting is we've got a big China component to our show today.
We do. I'm not sure that that's what we expected to be talking about at the end of the week, but then again, we're at the end of week 10 of sheltering in place, working from home. The country is reopening a bit, but this China story is a big one and an important one economically, politically, and I think just as we're trying to get back to normal, this could throw things off kilter, I think it's fair to say.
And what's interesting is I feel like we've been here before, but yet here we are again. All right, we're going to talk about China and so much more over the next 4 hours. First up, though, let's take a look at that trading day. Here is Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Happy Friday to you both. What a week it has been. It is an up week for the U.S. stock market. Right now we're trading mixed, but you got to stay with Bloomberg Business Week right through the close. Going to be very interesting to see how things shake out ahead of a long holiday weekend. Here's where we stand right now. We've got the S&P. It is down less than half a point. Let's call that flat on the day. The Dow is down 71 now, lower by 0.3%. Nasdaq still holding on to a 21-point gain, up by 0.2%. The volatility that has whipsawed investors all week showing few signs of abating. Right now we have got the volatility as traders brace for tension between Washington and Beijing to escalate after China announced plans overnight to impose a national security law on Hong Kong. 10-year up 4/32, the yield there 0.65%. We've got gold up 0.4%, $17.34 the ounce. Crude slumping 2.8% right now, $32.99 a barrel. Again, recapping, equities mixed with the S&P up now by just half a point. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, as Carol said, our top story today, it is China. So let's set the Business Week agenda by going to our expert, Tom Orlik, Chief Economist for Bloomberg Economics, joining us on the phone from Washington, D.C. Tom, we really appreciate you spending some time with us ahead of this long weekend. This is a series of headlines. It's not really limited to one story. It's a series of stories we've seen throughout the week build and build, culminating a lot with what's going on in Hong Kong and Beijing's reaction to that. Set the stage for us. What do we need to know at this moment?
Order filled. Order submitted.
I think you put it really well, Jason. It's not just one thing. It's a lot of things happening at the same time. So I think the big one is what's happening in China's relationship with Hong Kong. Now, remember that for the last several years, there have been waves of
order submitted.
In Hong Kong,
order filled. Order canceled.
A large group
order
of the
canceled.
local population,
Order canceled.
many of them
order
students
canceled.
and young people,
Order canceled.
protest
Order canceled.
against what they see as an encroachment on the former colony's autonomy and kind of the creeping influence of Beijing. Now, what seems to have happened is that Beijing has got sick of this. And instead of waiting for the Hong Kong legislators to pass some laws making it harder to protest, what's happened is that China has taken matters into its own hands. China's National People's Congress is passing a new national security law which will directly impact on Hong Kong. And what the protesters are going to say is that this is a further encroachment, a further erosion of the former colony's autonomy. Likely the consequence is going to be a return to protests.
All right, so a return to protest. Tom, I wonder if we're on the cusp of something significantly changing when it comes to Hong Kong. And by that I mean, could we see more independence? Could we see more oversight by China? It certainly seems like the move today says more oversight.
Yeah, I think this is certainly a direction, a shift in the direction of more oversight, more control being exercised in Beijing, less liberty for people in Hong Kong to express their views. I think the immediate question for the Hong Kong economy is, well, if we go back into mass protests, if we see millions of people hitting the streets again, what does that mean for the immediate outlook, especially against the backdrop of a world now in a recession?
Right.
Clearly, this would add to the downward pressure in Hong Kong. Looking a bit further forward, Hong Kong is a crucially important financial center. It's the place where global money, it's sort of the gateway for global money to get into China and for Chinese money to come out to the rest of the world. And that underpinned, that global role has been underpinned by Hong Kong's stability, by Hong Kong's rule of law, by Hong Kong's relative independence from control from the mainland. So a question going forward is, well, does that start to change? Does Hong Kong's financial center status start to get eroded? And then the last big point I would raise is, look, this is not the only flashpoint between China and the United States.
Right.
We've also got a Senate bill which makes it harder for Chinese firms to list in the United States. We've got a trade deal between China and the United States that looks like it might break down. We've got U.S. concern about human rights in Xinjiang. And now we have this Hong Kong issue. So could we have just a more serious breakdown in U.S.-China relations? Could we slide back into a trade war? And what would that mean? What would that then mean for the global economy?
And I'm so happy you put it in that context, because I think for someone who is not as well versed as you are, Tom, they're looking at markets, they're looking at headlines on the Bloomberg and seeing stocks, at least initially this morning, trading down, futures certainly trading down, and thinking, wait, how does this play? How does this play together? You laid it out very well. This is the intersection of global commerce, and certainly when it comes to finance, but also an emblem of this larger tension that really could hurt the global economy at a time when the global economy is, to say the least, already back on its heels.
Yeah, I think that's completely right, Jason. If we think back to the 1930s, what was the big problem then? Well, the global economy went into a slump, and then we had an escalation of protectionism. And so the trade system broke down, So you had a recession, you had protectionism, you put those together, and the global economy went into a depression, which took years to exit from. What did we do? Sorry, Carol.
No. Please finish.
So what did we do right in 2008? Well, there was a massive financial crisis, but world leaders managed to pull back from the brink on protectionism. And so the global trade system kept operating. We didn't get a great recovery, but we got a recovery. Now here we are in 2020. I think the echoes of the mistakes which were made in 1930 are getting harder to ignore.
You always tell us why we care, and you put it all together. You tie it all up. Tom, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and have a good and safe weekend. Tom Orlick, Chief Economist at Bloomberg Economics. Jason, a great setup for what we're hoping to cover over the next 4 hours. We got a lot coming up.
We do. In fact, Elon Musk, heard of him. He called up Ashley Vance, also heard of him because he literally wrote the book on Elon Musk. They had a conversation. Ashley Vance is going to tell us what Elon Musk said, and I think we know he's not shy.
No, he's not shy at all. Speaking of conversations, we're going to talk a lot about sports and flying, both of those worlds proceeding very cautiously. Joe McClain, he manages money for top professional athletes. We'll see what he has to say about the sports world. Also, the president and CEO of Sentient Jet is going to be with us. We're also going to talk about luxury and real estate, or high-end real estate. Jonathan Miller of Miller Samuel will be here.
We're also going to talk about that new $1,000 Peloton and what it may mean for the company, what it may mean for you as a consumer. Also going to give you a taste of a conversation I had with Harvey Spivak, speaking of fitness, the chairman of Equinox. So much more ahead. As Charlie Pelt says, keep it locked here to Bloomberg Business Week, all the way through the close and beyond. Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week bite of the day. In the meantime, Carol, it's one number that tells us a lot. Today's number, $32.
Yep. $32. The hottest ticket in New York City this summer, it could well be the $32 it costs for movie screenings in the parking lot of Astoria's Bel Air Diner in Queens. The Bel Air only has room for 45 socially distanced cars in the lot adjacent to its restaurant, so making it its drive-in style kind of screenings hyper exclusive, which is why the $32 cost. Screenings are only scheduled about a week out, have been selling out quickly. If you're lucky enough to score tickets, you can order diner food from your car, and for every bag of popcorn soap, the diner feeds 2 first responders. Love that.
Yeah, it's great. So drive on over if you can. All right, let's get to world national news headlines now. Bob Moon has those. Hey, Bob.
Jason, thank you very much. President Trump says he has deemed churches and other houses of worship essential and called on governors to allow them to reopen this weekend, despite the threat of the coronavirus. He said today that he's identifying houses of worship, churches, synagogues, and mosques as essential places that provide essential services. Trump made the announcement during a hastily arranged press conference today at the White House. He said if governors don't abide by his request, he will override them, though it's unclear what authority he has to do so. Heading into the Memorial Day weekend, President Trump hosted bikers and veterans today, marking Rolling to Remember, honoring U.S. veterans, prisoners of war, and those missing in action. The president welcomed them from the Blue Room balcony.
Thank you for keeping this noble tradition alive and for preserving the memory of those who are missing, but never forgotten, never forgotten.
This year, the Memorial Day Rolling Thunder demonstration is aimed at raising awareness of veteran suicides. You're likely to see flags of half-staff this weekend before Memorial Day. From Washington, Bloomberg's Amy Morris explains why.
President Trump says U.S. flags will be flown at half-staff today, tomorrow, and Sunday, as the death toll from COVID-19 in the U.S. surpasses 95,000 people. The president tweeted yesterday the flags will be lowered on all federal buildings and national monuments nationwide in the memory of the Americans who were lost. He says the flags will continue to be flown at half-staff on Memorial Day in honor of those in the military who died serving the country. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm Bob Moon.
Bob, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, one of my favorite stories as I was checking out everything on the Bloomberg this morning, Tara LaChapelle's column. So smart.
Yes.
And it goes to this theme that we're going to be talking about throughout the show, especially as we go into this weekend around reopening. What does it look like? And really, what does it feel like? You know, when we're getting out and about, we've got a great story we're going to talk about later with Olivia Carville. But in the meantime, the mouse and his counterparts and competitors down in
Universal.
Florida,
Yeah.
It's going to be a little tricky.
Well, I love how Tara asks, you can't lick a butterbeer ice cream cone with a mask on. I mean, how do you get the park experience? So she talks about Walt Disney. She talks about Universal. They're putting their plans in place. Universal Orlando getting its plans in place for a June 5th reopening. It's just around the corner. And everything's going to start in the parking lot. The spots are going to be staggered so that even cars are social distancing. No valets. Everybody's got to have a protective face covering. Temperatures will be checked. There'll be workers sporting a handheld thermometer. Crowds are going to be controlled. Even rides will keep every other row clear of passengers. But the point is, too, and she puts this in her story, in her column, she says not everyone infected with COVID-19 gets a fever. So you need, this goes to our conversation we had with Dr. Abalja of Johns Hopkins yesterday, right? About you're going to take risks.
Yeah.
And you have to, every time you walk out the door, you have to measure that in. Is it worth you going out the door? Because you are taking a risk.
Right. And how much do you trust those around you? Candidly, strangers around you to do the right thing. And, there's a lot of excitement about getting back to places like Universal and Disney, and people save up for years to go there and to have that experience with their families, to make those memories. And that's important. And we have to get back to some semblance of real life. But this is, at the end of the day, a health crisis. And also there's the question of how much sort of discomfort and maybe inconvenience are we willing to put up with in order to have those experiences. It's a big question.
It absolutely is.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. U.S. stocks now at the best level of the day. S&P's up 4 points. Stocks turned higher as the volatility that has whipsawed investors all week shows few signs of abating. The dollar strengthened, oil snapping that 6-day winning streak right now. Oil, West Texas Intermediate crude down 60 cents a barrel, dropping 1.8%, 33.31. 10-year up 4.30 seconds, the yield 0.65%. We've got the S&P up 4 points now, higher by 0.1%, 29.52, on track for a winning week. The Dow is lower by 25 points, down 0.1%. Nasdaq holding on to a 33-point gain, up by 0.4%. Again, recapping, equities higher with the S&P up 4, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Well, our top stories on the virus, you've been hearing them throughout the day here at Bloomberg. Those anti-malaria drugs that President Trump has touted to fight COVID-19, well, they're linked to an increase of death and heart ailments. Meantime, you've got Oxford and AstraZeneca. They're starting to recruit subjects for advanced human studies of one of the fastest-moving experimental vaccines. And then Dr. Fauci, he said he was, quote, cautiously optimistic about Moderna's vaccine, boosting that stock once again. So let's get an update. Let's see what you really need to walk away with before we get into the holiday weekend. Dr. Ian Lustbader is Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center, joining us once again on the phone from New York. Ian, good to have you back again. How was your week?
Thank you, Carol and Jason. Hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah.
I think it's been overall a good week. You know, we are all transitioning, trying to transition back to whatever a more normal environment is. Certainly we're seeing fewer cases in the hospital with acute COVID-19. Still a number of patients who are in the hospital, and certainly we're still touched by death. Yesterday, a colleague of mine who's a cardiologist died, not very old, at 70, and very vital, great teacher. So I think we're all touched one way or another by friends or family or people that we know. So it's still, you know, a very serious disease. Fortunately, the numbers here are going down. There's some data, perhaps in South America, that the number of cases are going up, which is a concern. And we're trying to transition back to normal patient flow. What's interesting is a lot of the floors that were previously medical or surgical, most of the hospital converted to COVID patients. Those patients, many of them, fortunately, have been discharged, and now sort of awaiting the return of regular patients. And what's interesting to see is that volume is not 100%. So it seems that many patients with, you know, abdominal pain, chest pain, elective surgery needs are slow to return to the regular healthcare system. Which may reflect either, you know, fears about getting care, maybe fears about getting COVID, but certainly I think the medical system is ready to return to, you know, dealing with patients who might have postponed some of their care and are anxious to have those patients back.
So, Ian, talk to us about New York City at this point. You know, we heard from Governor Cuomo that by next week, essentially every region of this state, of New York State, will be in the phases, the early phases and further along in reopening, save for New York City. We know about the density. We know about the fact that this was the epicenter really in the entire United States. Help us understand what needs to happen, because my understanding is that part of it is available beds and basically hospital capacity. That is one threshold that the city has yet to meet. Help us understand that.
Well, I think it's very hard to turn on hospital availability like a light switch. When you start filling up your hospital with, you know, elective surgery and other surgical procedures or cardiac cases and so forth, if there's a sudden surge in patients, it's very hard to quickly get those patients out. So it's always better to anticipate what your needs may be, whether it's ventilators or ICU space. But it does seem at this time, whether or not social distancing and mitigation measures have helped, or whether it's the better weather, we don't really know. But the number of new cases does seem to be reducing, so that's certainly very, encouraging. And I think we have to address our regular patients and other patients, to deal with those issues. And I think this is really unknown. It's a new virus, and how people will get back, how safe it will be in businesses and offices. I think people will begin to come back in a slower fashion. People who can work from home probably will still be encouraged to work from home. But I think there's a lot of benefit to people getting back to normal psychologically.
Order submitted.
There may be some
Order
people
submitted.
who still want to work from
Order
home,
submitted.
maybe more efficient.
Order canceled.
There's some people
Order
who say they're
canceled.
working longer
Order
hours,
canceled.
from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Right.
And actually even being more productive.
Yeah, I think Jason and I've had some of those conversations that, I think I went into this, wasn't quite sure how it was going to work, and I feel probably more productive on a lot of different levels. So it's kind of interesting, this experience. What did you make of the president taking hydrochloroquine?
So that has been asked to me by a number of patients and colleagues and friends. And I think because we do not have any medication really that we know of to reduce the, say, incidence of COVID-19 or the symptoms, we're very lucky that 80% of patients approximately, more or less, seem to do fairly well. And a smaller percent, again, for unclear reasons, we know some risk factors. Again, we talked about age and weight and diabetes and hypertension do deteriorate. We don't really have great medications to bend that curve. We certainly know hydroxychloroquine is very useful for rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, malaria prophylaxis. We also know from many studies it's not very helpful at all once you're hospitalized and used sort of late in the disease or when patients are very sick. There are a number of studies going on now to see in a controlled way, and we don't really have good randomized controlled studies. So those are starting now, but there's a lot of anecdotal evidence, small case studies and individual reports where it does seem to reduce the viral replication, does seem to reduce the severity of the disease, or maybe actually prevent some people from getting the disease. So they're used early on, it may be very helpful. And I think in the White House, where I, to best guess, 30 or 40 people there have it.
Right. Ian, hang on a second, because we've just got to take a break and we'll come back. We're talking with Dr. Ian Lustbader of NYU Langone. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up, we're going to continue our conversation with Ian Lustbader, our go-to doc. Want to understand what happens next, how worried he is about a second wave, and maybe some insights into how the testing on various fronts is working.
All right, looking forward to continuing that conversation. Let's get back to your top business stories and a look at the trading day. Hey, Charlie Pallet.
Well, hello there. Happy Friday to you both again. The S&P and Nasdaq higher. The Dow's lower. Stocks advancing as the volatility that has whipsawed investors all week shows few signs of abating. Right now, we've got the S&P up 4. That is a gain of 0.1%. The Dow does remain lower by 41 points, down about 0.2%. Nasdaq up 34, a gain there of 0.4%. Investors focusing very much on developments out of China, also ongoing concerns about reopening the U.S. economy. Oxford University and AstraZeneca started recruiting for advanced human studies of one of the fastest moving experimental vaccines, while a Russian institute says it used laboratory staff in a successful unofficial test on a potential vaccine. Dr. Andrew Pekosh is a professor of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and he says you can't forget that hospitals still have to handle their non-COVID caseload.
The pandemic itself has been such a focus of the medical community and of people, but we have to remember that there are other things that are going on, other healthcare issues that need to be taken care of. Some reports this week about drops in pediatric vaccination rates are, of course, a concern, because things that are not getting done now will have implications later on in the year, maybe next year and the year afterwards.
Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Memorial Day marks the start of the prime season for theme parks. From now through Labor Day, they typically welcome the lion's share of guests and generate most of their annual revenue, but the coronavirus pandemic has left Six Flags Entertainment, Cedar Fair, and SeaWorld Entertainment, three of the world's largest theme park operators by attendance, with idle rides and empty properties. But shares of all three higher today on optimism about the season and the reopening. Six Flags up now by 0.7%. Shares of Cedar Fair, they use the ticker FUN, F-U-N. They're up now by 2.9%. SeaWorld up by 1.6%. Recapping, S&P higher by 4, up 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Order submitted.
All right, Charlie,
Order
thank you so much.
submitted.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser. We're catching up with our pal, Dr. Ian Lustbader, Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine at NYU's Langone Medical Center, joining us on the phone from New York City. And when we left off, we were talking about some of the treatments that are out there. So, Ian, I want to ask you, since testing and tracing are going to be key to reopening, where are we on testing? What are we learning so far, both in sort of broad strokes, but also sort of specifically, what have you seen here in New York?
Great questions. So in terms of testing, everyone, whether they've had mild or no symptoms or severe symptoms, wants antibody testing, and those are generally pretty reliable. We're using some of the national labs for a blood draw and IgG levels, and it's interesting to me that there are some people who were very sick and they have antibody positive. That's great, not all unexpected. You've got some people who are very mild or no known exposure and they're positive, but we're also seeing, and I would say the majority of patients who are curious, negative blood tests for antibodies. And, you know, presumably that means those people definitely should be vaccinated when that is available, and hopefully soon. In terms of acute patients who are ill, we are now able to get those nasal swabs. Some people go to local urgent care or they may get nasal swabs or the saliva test. Many go to urgent care too and get antibody tests. Remember, that takes about 4 to 6 weeks after symptoms for the antibody test to be positive. But it seems there's a lot of curiosity, and when we get all that data, that will give us a denominator of how many people had exposure and really what the death rate is when those final numbers come through. But at the end of the day, because we have no specific treatment, even if someone is COVID swab positive, we really don't treat them. And that sort of harkens back to what we were talking about before with President Trump taking hydroxychloroquine. That may either prevent more severe disease or may prevent getting the disease or shorten symptoms. Other things, for example, vitamin D, some zinc, vitamin C, all of those may play a role. I urge patients to talk to their doctor about it. If you're vitamin D deficient, probably good to take a supplement. The hydroxychloroquine does have risks. People really should get an EKG baseline. We've used it for years successfully in rheumatoid arthritis and lupus, and patients do very well on that. If I was the president and surrounded by 30 or 40 people, including my valet I wish I had a valet, but had I had a valet who was sick, I would definitely say, hey, maybe I should take hydroxychloroquine. There is some data. I'm not sure that's appropriate for everyone to do, and I think that's sort of the issue, that you're a role model and you sort of, everyone then says, hey, if he's taking it, should I?
Right.
That we're really waiting for data on that. And
So
hopefully that will be out.
I love that you said if maybe what the president is thinking, that where I am and who I'm surrounded with, maybe it makes sense for me to take it, and so I'm going to ask my doctor. If you were his doctor, knowing his age and some of his medical health conditions and who he is, would you suggest he do it?
That's really a great question. There is no question he's in a high-risk group. Even though he appears overall healthy, we don't know. I don't know his EKG results. But if you're overweight, that is a significant risk factor, and certainly age and male sex is a risk factor. So he definitely is high risk. He's surrounded by very close workers who have tested positive. I don't think it was really a crazy idea to take it. The next question is, okay, well, how long do you take it? What's the dose you take?
Right.
We don't really have that information. Studies are going on, but you're really guessing when you're dosing it as to what the right dose is and how long to keep someone on it. But in principle, it is not a crazy idea.
All right. Well, we hope you have a terrific weekend, Dr. Lustbader. Ian Lustbader, Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine, NYU's Langone Medical Center. And I will say, just to give him a shout out, he has been such a consistent voice for us in all of this. I really look forward to our conversations. I feel like I come out the other side smarter and really able to talk to people, because we're all talking about this all the time, Carol.
Correct.
And being able to convey some information, not just to our listeners, but even in my personal life. Very grateful to Ian for that.
Yeah, and I have to say, he's often given us a heads up on things that all of a sudden, like in a week or in a few days, are in everybody's headlines and in everybody's conversations. But I really do feel like he's been ahead of the curve, so really appreciate it. Dr. Ian Lustbader, Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine at Langone Medical Center, on the phone from New York City. I'm
and not to mention the fact he's been on the front lines, so there's something to be said for that experience. Grateful to him for that as well. All right, let's get to Bob Moon now. Grateful for him. He's got world and national headlines. Hey, Bob.
Jason, thank you. Ahead of the Memorial Day weekend, President Trump is picking a fight with some states and their authority to limit gatherings to fight the coronavirus. Trump essentially says he'll be a higher authority as the faithful appeal to their higher authority.
Today I'm identifying houses of worship, churches, synagogue, and mosques as essential places that provide essential services.
Making the terse announcement at the White House, Trump took aim at governors who he says have wrongly barred religious gatherings and vowed if they don't abide by his request, he will, his word, override what he labels this injustice. It's the balance between freedom and public health that will be tested at the traditional start of the summer season, which has health experts and businesses concerned about a spike in cases, Bloomberg's Martin DeCaro reports.
After 2 quiet months, travel and tourism-reliant businesses are eyeing this weekend as the start of what's expected to be a slow recovery. That's if the act of fleeing home isolation for beaches and restaurants doesn't spread the pathogen anew. Well, it doesn't have to lead to disaster, says the nation's top infectious disease expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Wear a mask, stay 6 feet away from anyone so you have the physical distancing, and go out, go for a run, go for a walk.
Memorial Day travel is still expected to be a fraction of previous years. The U.S. Travel Association forecasts consumers will spend just a third of last year's level. In Washington, Martin DeCaro, Bloomberg Radio.
California's latest count, virus cases up 2.6%. That's above its 7-day average of 3.7%. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
All right, Bob, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser. And, you know, this is another nice column. I love Bloomberg Opinion in many ways. For so many reasons, I should say. Noah Smith, the headline really says it all. Some industries won't have a reopening comeback. Lifting lockdowns will revive many businesses. The same can't be said of traditional retailers, colleges, and cinemas. This is a critical point, because I feel like we talk about reopening in such a binary way. You know, it's like it's closed, it's going to open, pent-up demand. We hear that a lot from politicians, candidly. We hear that a lot maybe from some business people who are overly optimistic. But the reality is that our behavior is going to change in the short term, and our behavior may change in the long term too.
I got to say, too, about the restaurant industry, I don't know if you've seen, there's a pretty hot article going around in the New Yorker from someone who has written, I'll put it out on Twitter. It's out there, actually. My husband and I were talking about it this morning. But what's interesting is, you know, this column says the restaurant industry actually among the most hard hit might do a little bit better than something like education. And they talk about states such as Florida, Georgia, and Texas. They've begun to reopen. Dining traffic is recovering very gradually compared with states that are in lockdown. But what's interesting, and I feel like some of the conversations we've had, especially high end, they're like, we're figuring out new revenue streams. We're figuring it out, right? So they may come back. Education, I love what this says. And Noah Smith in the column says one industry that seems unlikely to recover is higher education. They talk about reductions in state funding, a decline in high-paying foreign students. I think these are big factors.
Absolutely. And when he doesn't get into as much, and this is a tease ahead to Monday, the Business of Sports podcast that's going to drop that day, it's with the CEO of MindBody. They are underneath all of the boutique fitness world. Rick Stolmeyer, he's been doing this for about 20 years. He has some very provocative comments about what we may see in the world of fitness. He thinks 25% of boutique fitness studios are not going to come back.
Wow, that's wow.
Whoa.
Whoa is right. That's a big statistics. All right, we're going to talk a lot more about this over the next few hours. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow lower, S&P a little change. Nasdaq is higher. The volatility that has whipsawed investors all week shows few signs of abating. Today's volatility comes as traders brace for tension between Washington and Beijing to escalate after China announced plans to impose a national security law on Hong Kong. S&P up now by a point, little change to 29.49. Nasdaq holding on to that 29-point gain, up by 0.3%. And the Dow is down 62 points, a drop right now of 0.3%. 10-year up 430
Order
seconds,
filled.
yield 0.65%.
Order submitted.
Gold up
Order
5
submitted.
cents, 17.35 the ounce. And a retreat today for West Texas Intermediate crude, down 1.8%, now at 33.31 a barrel. Recapping, S&P up by 1 point, up by less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. This story, Jason, is among our most read on the Bloomberg today. You and I were both he's rubbing his hands together because we're so excited to talk to Ashley Vance. It is in the magazine's double issue. It's online. It's a story that came out of a phone call from Elon Musk to Bloomberg Businessweek reporter and New York Times bestselling author Ashley Vance, who, of course, as you know, wrote a biography of Musk entitled Elon Musk, Tesla, SpaceX, and the Quest for a Fantastic Future. Ashley, also the host of Hello World. He joins us on the phone from Palo Alto, California. So Musk just called you up?
Yeah, we ever since my book came out, we've had a bit of a unusual relationship, sometimes talking, sometimes not, and it had been a while since we had any kind of really meaningful conversation. But there's this amazing moment that's coming up next week with SpaceX trying to launch astronauts to the space station, and I got a call from Elon on Sunday.
And Ashley, you do such a beautiful job setting it up, and I don't want to take. I'm not going to. I was going to read some of your best lines. I'm not going to read it out loud because people just have to go read it and have the whole experience that we got to have of like sitting and reading and just sort of being enveloped in this world. But the main point that you make at the top is that this should be a very straightforward, like, declare victory, patriotic moment, and you talk about like an immigrant launching people into space. This is what this whole country has been about, and yet it is so much more complicated, in part because Elon Musk himself is complicated. Help us understand why and what you really took from this conversation.
See, and I just wanted to know, did you wait, Elon, can I just get back to you? I'm a little busy right now. No, I'm just kidding. Answer Jason's question.
I mean, it is funny because I was already working on an essay tied to this launch because it is this historic moment. We've been relying on Russian rockets for about 10 years to get humans into space, and obviously it's such a grim time with the virus that I wanted to write something about. Look, humans can do a lot when they really put their mind to it. We all work together, SpaceX and NASA, the government and the private sector doing something good, and Elon had already started to complicate my piece because, for the last 2 or 3 weeks, he's been especially flamboyant on Twitter. He's pretty heavily in the COVID-19 truther camp. He's been fighting to open his factories when people have been saying maybe that's not the safest thing to do. And so yeah, it got really complex. I mean, here's this it should be just a super positive thing for humanity at a time when humanity as a whole is facing questions, and I think the U.S. obviously is as well.
Well, all right. I know Jason said he wasn't going to read a line, but I am, and I agree. Everybody has to read this. But you're right. So the moment of achievement is complicated, sort of like the right stuff meets the electric Kool-Aid acid test, where the idea that anything is possible is as unnerving as it is encouraging. Mind meld, Jason Kelly. It's such a great line, but it is significant. My dad was very involved in the space race back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. So tell us about this moment, and really, Elon Musk, really does stand at this moment of doing something incredible for our country, yet at the same time, right, he kind of complicates everything he does.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to everything about Elon. I think, SpaceX of all his businesses is probably the most improbable, and yet it is ended up being the most consistent, reliable, and high achieving of all his companies. So much so that NASA, which is this very traditional, risk averse organization, is willing to put human lives atop a SpaceX rocket. If you're not a space nerd, it's kind of hard maybe to put what an unlikely achievement this is and how hard it was to do it. I think then you just have the wrapper of Elon all around us. There was a day when he was firing off a ton of his tweets that he was going to sell off all his possessions, that we had to open the factories, and like at that very same moment, NASA was having a press conference with Gwynne Shotwell, the president of SpaceX, talking about the launch, and so you have these such extreme things where this is not your traditional NASA rocket launcher who's just out there giving a vision of public safety and human well-being to everyone.
Right. And so we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you about some other sort of Muskian things, not the least of which is Tesla, because, despite everything, I mean, you go back and read sort of the headlines or a timeline over the past couple of years, this is a company that's had lovers and haters, and it feels like most people are sort of binary on this, both from an investor perspective and even from a personal perspective. And you have a great line where you talk about, defying especially when you look across his portfolio, like lottery-like odds to be successful here. Remind us of the Tesla piece of this, because in terms of influencing everyday life, he has had a massive influence there.
Yeah, I mean, on the, SpaceX is incredible. Tesla is a remarkable story as well. Without Tesla, I do not think most people would be talking about electric cars. And so whether you love Tesla or hate Tesla or think they're going to go bankrupt or turn a profit, I mean, the reality is that Elon shifted the car market to actually pay attention to electric cars and get consumers interested in them. In this particular story, Tesla is strange as a result of Musk's tweets, because a lot of people buy Teslas to kind of virtue signal that they care about the environment and they hope, humankind ends up in a better place. But because of Musk's tweets, where he's been threatening to pull Tesla out of California and go to Texas, and he's been tweeting a lot of kind of alt-right stuff, he's suddenly now a poster child for conservatives and climate deniers as well. So it's a very strange situation.
What's also, and I love the way towards the end of your story, you talk about Musk's larger ambitions, which I think some people are like, okay, this is the crazy side of Elon Musk, building a human colony on Mars. But here we are with the pandemic and not quite sure about how this is all going to play out, or really what our future is when it comes to, devastating viruses, and the idea of an alternative planet to maybe go to, not such a crazy idea anymore.
Yeah, that's kind of the irony of it. When Elon uses people like, why do you want to spend your money on SpaceX? He's like, well, humans might get wiped out one day, and we should have this backup plan. And people are like, whatever, man, you're crazy. Why don't you go do something else? And then, a plague hits the world, and then he's denying it. But this is kind of the reason SpaceX was started at the beginning. And so there's a lot of symbolism in two humans actually exiting the pandemic on a SpaceX rocket.
Yeah. Well, it's so amazing, and fortunate for us, you are in a position to take that call, Ashley Vance, and write about it for Bloomberg Businessweek.
Could you imagine if you missed it? Like you got it, your voicemail, and you're like, wait.
I bet they were going to connect. It sounds like he wanted to unburden himself. Ashley Vance, you're the best. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Feature writer for Bloomberg Businessweek. His book on Elon Musk, it's a great quarantine read. So timely now, given everything that's going on. Well, if you are listening to us in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Businessweek, it's going to continue right here. We got lots more to come, looking at the economy, looking at the hotel business, looking at the residential real estate business, and even private jets. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming up next. You're listening to Bloomberg Businessweek.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Friday, May 22nd. We've got the S&P higher, the Nasdaq holding on to gains, Dow Jones Industrial Average declining, being weighed down by Caterpillar and Johnson & Johnson. 46-point loss right now in the Dow, down 0.2%. The S&P is up 2 points, up 0.1%. Nasdaq higher by 30, a gain there of 0.3%. Stocks have been fluctuating as the volatility that has whipsawed investors all week shows few signs of abating. The S&P, though, is on track for a winning week. Lots of questions about getting the U.S. economy reopened and how quickly that is likely to happen. We've got Diane Swunk, chief economist at Grant Thornton. She says you got to keep the economic damage in perspective.
Even as the economy reopens and we start to see percent increases out there, those will dramatically overstate the level of economic activity we're at. And that's what I'm very concerned about, because it doesn't do justice to the pain that is the ongoing that we continue to suffer.
Right now, we've got the 10-year up 4.30 seconds with a yield of 0.65%. Gold up 0.5%, 17.35 the ounce. Crude oil retreating by 1.7%, down 57 cents a barrel at 33.35. Hertz is in a race for its survival, facing a deadline of today in talks with a group of creditors. Sources say time is running out to cut a deal that addresses missed debt payments. Hertz shares, they're down now by 5.5%. A Rosenblatt analyst says Peloton offering a value bike for around $1,000 is an opportunity for the connected exercise company to grow its scale, citing comments from Peloton CEO stating that they have discussed launching a so-called value bike. Peloton shares, they're up now by 1.1%. Again, recapping, we've got stocks fluctuating, but higher right now as we begin the final hour of trading with the S&P up 2 points at 2950, up by about 0.1%. The Dow down 43, down 0.2. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 28 points for Nasdaq. That is a gain of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, as Jason Kelly and I have been talking, it's been the world tour for Fed Chief Jay Powell. I believe, what do we call it? The Lending Not Spending Tour.
Lending Not Spending Tour, JP and the Feds.
We have heard from Jay Powell a lot over the past week, and he certainly has been reaching out, getting his message across. What does it all mean in terms of Fed policy? Let's get into that with Jeffrey Cleveland. He is chief economist at Payden & Regal. He joins us on the phone from Los Angeles. Jeffrey, great to have you back with us on Bloomberg Radio. First of all, tell us a little bit about your world out in L.A. We know the world is slowly across the country reopening. How have you been impacted? What's going on?
Well, the work from home protocol is going pretty well. You know, I'm able to adjust quickly to that. I think that the real downside here in LA, the weather's been beautiful the last couple of weeks, and only within the last week or so did they open up the trails here. I went hiking in the Santa Monica Mountains, which was great, and then down to the beach. Carol, you can swim in the ocean, they said, and run at the beach, but you're not supposed to sit on the beach and gather in crowds. So it's a little bit limited. So,
all right, so some rules still, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, we're looking at high-frequency data. So if you're looking at L.A. public transit, you had a huge decline in activity, obviously, during March and April and into early part of May. But it looks like it's bottomed out. It looks like those high-frequency data measures have bottomed out. So if you want to find a silver lining, the April period was probably the worst, and we are starting to recover because things are reopening slowly.
And so that sort of data, those are the same sorts of things that the Fed is looking at, that Jay Powell and his team are looking at. What do you think are the most important data that they should be taking into consideration as they figure out what the rest of the ammo could be in their arsenal, and as they make recommendations around monetary policy, but also clearly influence the way we're all thinking about the economic landscape going forward, Jeffrey?
I think if you had to pick one, I would look at Thursday morning. I would look at the continuing claims, or the continued claims data, because that, for me, is in real time the best thing to look at. It's at 25 million as of yesterday's data, and it's continuing to rise. You want to see that plateau, and then you want to see that decline, because that would be a sign
that the PPP program, for example, is working. People are being brought back on payroll.
Right.
People are finding employment, that we're reopening, and people are going back to work. So that's what I would watch. If that stays elevated or doesn't come down as quickly, I think then people
Order
might change
filled.
their tune.
Order
about
submitted.
the
Order
shape of the recovery
submitted.
here. It really all comes down to that. Are the people laid off? Are they permanently laid off? Are they temporarily laid off?
Well, what do you think? Jeffrey, you've seen a fair amount of cycles. I mean, what do you think? Do you think it's going to stay elevated? We have lots of stories on the Bloomberg that say some of those temporary setbacks in the labor market will become permanent.
Yeah, I think people, the hopeful people, the optimists are saying, 80% are temporary, and then most of them people will come back. I think it's much lower than that, Carol. I think maybe something closer to 60% are temporary and 40% are permanent. Because I think you are seeing a reallocation here, a restructuring of the U.S. economy and the global economy before the crisis and after the crisis. And so that will be different staffing levels. That will be
Order
different types
filled.
of people needed.
Order
So you won't
submitted.
just have,
Order
you can't
submitted.
flip the lights on and then everyone goes right back to work as they were before. The world has changed.
Jeffrey, what do you make of all these discussions around some major demographic shifts and geographic shifts that we're hearing about? I mean, we're talking to you from the New York area. You're in Los Angeles. You look up the coast from you to San Francisco. These are all extraordinarily expensive housing markets. Now we're facing a situation where, Mark Zuckerberg is saying 50% of Facebook employees may be remote in the next 10 years. Is that something that plays into how you think about the economy in the short and midterm?
Yeah, I think, the phrase I like, gradually then suddenly, I think there was a gradual sort of murmuring out there about remote work and distributed work. But I think there was reluctance. People were conservative, or there's this inertia in the management of firms, and they didn't want to go that route. And then a crisis happens, and then suddenly you have to experiment. And I can speak for our firm. It's gone really quite well. And so I think we've discovered through that process, hey, we can be very effective in communicating with clients, remotely distributed. So I think that trend now is accelerating. What does that mean? I think my bias for certain geographic areas that have really
Order
benefited
submitted.
from the concentration
Order canceled.
of capital
Order
and wealth.
canceled.
San Francisco
Order
would be a
filled.
good example of that.
Order canceled.
Maybe
Order
that's been the
canceled.
peak, and now as people get more distributed, they'll filter out over the rest of the world. I think this is a good thing, though, for growth long term. Because this opens up the avenue for talent from all over the world to be brought into the economy, and not just people who can make it and struggle in areas which are very expensive, like Los Angeles and San Francisco. So it's actually, long run, a very good thing.
Right. If you think about, how so many struggles, so many cities around the country have struggled, right? Because, people don't want to live there because there's nothing happening. But if you can live anywhere and still work for Google or Facebook or our company or your company, I mean, think about what that opens up. It would be pretty dramatic in terms of changes for our economy. Listen, we just have about a minute left. You mentioned about you can do some hiking, you can do some swimming. I did not know this about you, but you are a big-time open water swimmer. You have swam across the English Channel, the Catalina Channel, and you've also swam around Manhattan. I had no idea.
Yeah, 28.5 miles around Manhattan, up the East River, across the Harlem River, if you can call it a river. I don't know. You tell me. And then down the beautiful Hudson, which was just great to finish down the Hudson. It was, I thought, the cleanest of the three. So, yeah, that took 8 hours and about 14 minutes. So those three together are considered the triple crown of open water swimming. And I did that. And at the time, I think, Carol, I was the 34th person to do it. There's been a few others that have joined that list now, though.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
That's incredible. I live about 2 blocks from the Hudson, a little further up in Westchester, and I have to say, it is quite a beautiful river, so I'm glad you got to experience it in a way very, very few people have. Jeffrey Cleveland, thank you so much. Great to spend some time with you here on a Friday. Chief Economist, of course, at Payden & Regal, joining us on the phone from Los Angeles. Carol?
I think his point about what this upends in terms of the workforce is huge and might be a great way to really get more evenly distributed. We talk about the inequalities. What if you could just help rebuild cities around the country, around the world, right, by making it possible for people to kind of live anywhere?
Well, and also you think about the implications of those cities, Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, have in many ways become unattainable. You have a huge homeless problem in many cases because housing is unaffordable.
Right.
If housing comes down a little bit and you're hearing some anecdotal evidence of this already, it's a game changer for sure. All right, let's get some world and national headlines now. Bob Moon is with us. Hey, Bob.
Jason, thank you. President Trump is putting pressure
Order
on
filled.
some governors.
Order filled. Order canceled. Order
I call
canceled.
upon governors to allow our churches and places of worship to open right now.
President Trump speaking today at the White House. The president says he will order states to allow places of worship to reopen from stay-at-home restrictions imposed to combat the coronavirus outbreak, promising to override any governor who refuses without explaining what authority he had to do so. There's new research into the anti-malaria drug that President Trump has touted as a coronavirus treatment. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports.
President Trump got a lot of attention when he announced he's taking hydroxychloroquine.
The frontline workers, many are taking it. I happen to be taking it.
Now a study published in the UK medical journal The Lancet looked at records from 15,000 patients who had taken hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine either alone or with one of two antibiotics often paired with it. In any combination, the patients showed a higher risk of heart problems or death than 81,000 others who didn't take them. Up to now, only one drug, Gilead's remdesivir, has been shown to benefit COVID-19 patients in a clinical trial. Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Free parking but no valet service, bartenders and blackjack dealers wearing masks, hand sanitizer everywhere, and yes, dice will roll, cards will be dealt, and slot machines will beckon, but poker rooms will be closed. That's the story in Las Vegas this weekend. Global News, 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
Bob, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Businessweek. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser with you. And one of the most read stories over the last hour, Carol, not surprisingly, has to do with what Governor Andrew Cuomo is saying about the state reopening. We mentioned this in our conversation with Ian Lesbader earlier, who is on the front lines, very much so, in New York City. So by this time next week, every region of New York State, assuming the right things happen with the data, every region is going to be open except New York City. Obviously, New York City, pretty big region in terms of population, but it speaks to the challenge that this state has, and it also reminds you how big the state is and how diverse in many ways. But even, one of the last to open, could be the last to open, is right here where I am in Westchester County, which obviously is very close to New York City in many ways, and yet we're going to get there because we've been able to sort of meet these thresholds that New York City has not.
Right. There's a bunch of metrics. And what's interesting is Mayor Bill de Blasio apparently today also unveiled a new set of metrics in the form of some charts showing the decrease in the city's numbers of respiratory illness patients hospitalized and in public hospital intensive care units. He said the city moving toward a first phase of reopening, focusing on construction, wholesale distribution, and curbside retail by the middle of June.
Right. So it's still a couple weeks away, and obviously these are phases. The phase one that other parts of the state have started to go through. There's essentially a 2-week period where you sort of make sure that nothing's spiking, and so then you go to phase 2, and then you go to phase 3, and phase 4 is when you talk about schools and whatnot. So on this timeline, many schools could reopen in the fall.
And if you think about it, each phase has to have at least a couple of weeks in between it, right? Because as you open up parts of the economy, you want to see, do we get a spike in new cases, right? And that would make you slow down. I know you're laughing at my math I did the other day, right? Or what are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at the fact that you just said what I said.
Oh, did you? Okay. Well, it's so important, everyone, that we thought we should say it twice.
We should each say it, because some people listen to me, some people listen to Carol. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We're looking at a mixed Friday ahead of a long holiday weekend. S&P eking out a gain, the Dow lower, Nasdaq is higher. Let's get the latest now from the First Word Breaking News desk. For your afternoon call, here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks in a mixed trade today. Dow's currently down 63 points. S&Ps are a little change. Nasdaq higher by 23. The U.S. 10 yield at 0.66%. WTI crude futures are down 1.3%. Gold is higher by 8, and transports gain 19 points. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Procter & Gamble and Travelers, while Chevron, Caterpillar, and J.P. Morgan led to the downside. After earnings in the tech space, chipmaker NVIDIA rose as much as 3.6% to a record high, and Splunk rose 12%, also to a record. Wrapping things up, dark pool operator LiquidNet is set to explore a billion-dollar sale, and Moderna gained after positive comments from Dr. Fauci on NPR. Live from the First Word Breaking News desk, on Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, I thank you very much, Bill. Just getting word from the Department of Justice that a film producer has been charged with relief loan program fraud. Developing story. We'll have more details coming up. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg Time Squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie.
Order
Phillip.
submitted.
That is a Bloomberg
Order
Business
submitted.
Flash.
Order submitted.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser with you. Well, one of the tech companies beyond the borders of the United States that we care a lot about because it is a global juggernaut is Alibaba. Baba. B-A-B-A is the symbol there. Carol Masser. I know. I was just making sure you were paying attention. John Ehrlichman is with us, anchor of BNN Bloomberg's The Open correspondent
John Ehrlichman,
for
do you
CTV
say it that way?
National News. Baba, right?
Baba, yeah. Baba Black Sheep. Yeah, no. Well, I'm trying to remember the exact story behind that because Jack Ma, the entrepreneur founder, right, very very high energy guy. We sometimes explore these stories of people on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. I mean, he started this business in his apartment, and I remember he was looking for something inspiring, and so the story of Alibaba to this guy who had no right to be building up a global juggernaut. He was a former English teacher who, saw the internet the same way Jeff Bezos saw the internet and saw an opportunity and built this thing. And, Jeff Bezos was like, hey, Amazon sounds like a cool name. And Jack Ma was like, you know what, Alibaba, that's an inspiring story. I'm gonna name it after that. But if Jason wants to call it Baba, whatever he wants to do, that's different.
It's the way he said it.
I just startled her because she was like doing some reading and not really paying attention to me. This is how our relationship works, Ehrlichman. So what do we need to know about Alibaba today? Because obviously it is subject to a lot of the vicissitudes, as they say, of this global pandemic. What did we learn about them? What did we learn about maybe the Chinese economy here?
Order submitted.
I think I'll tell more through the lens of the investor story. And I think investors are having a hard time figuring out what they want to do with Alibaba because in a weird stock market where technology giants have generated so much interest and Amazon just continues to surge, investors are a little bit on the fence. I'm not saying Alibaba hasn't had a rally off those March lows, but it's still down on the year, and I think at the end of the day, it's that we have a little less awareness sitting here in North America of how the Chinese economy is truly performing right now. So, their revenue continued to surge, as is the case with so many of these companies that are digital first. But today was a day where the headline story initially coming into trading today was around how the Chinese government wasn't going to stick with their traditional outlook for GDP, which I think tells you about we're just not sure where the economy there is going. I think that the environment is still set up that Alibaba is going to continue to gain retail dollars through all their various businesses, and they're growing grocery operations in the years to come. But, it's a competitive environment. We're just coming through a situation here where Tencent, one of their rivals, put together a really good quarter as well, did really well in their gaming unit. Cloud is still a big business for Alibaba as well. So, they have kind of that Amazon feel and that they've got revenue coming from the e-commerce operations. They've got ad revenue coming in. They've got cloud businesses revenue coming in. But the first thing you said, Jason, was the China worry. I mean,
totally.
we don't even know what's going to happen with the listings for these companies based on some of the things we're hearing out of Washington, and they had to spend a good chunk of time explaining that today. So between the uncertainty of the Chinese economy and these tensions between the U.S. and China, I think it's a more complicated story for investors right now than say an Amazon is.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got a story too, as you know, John, on the terminal that says, Alibaba anticipates it can comply with U.S. securities rules to make sure it maintains its U.S. listing. That seems to be a big deal. I guess one of the things I like about whether it's an Amazon or an Alibaba, is what it tells us about what's going on in the Chinese economy, especially in a post-COVID-19 reopening world, and what that might portend for the global economy. We've got roughly about a minute left. Is there something we can take away from what we heard, John, from the company?
I think so, yeah. Like while the market seems reserved on these numbers today, they said that the trend still is in their favor, and I think that's true. You've heard that from all these companies. You've heard it from the likes of Shopify, for example, here in Canada. Don't forget, Alibaba works with a lot of small businesses in the United States as well, who are trying to ramp up with their own online operations. A lot of them sell through Alibaba. And so this world of moving towards online, we saw it in the retail sales number in the U.S. in April. I mean, we were verging on 20% e-commerce, which is unprecedented. That trend's not going away, Carol. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's really interesting to sort of look at the world through the lens of Alibaba in many ways, and a good reminder, as you say, that there are similarities but key differences there between the Amazon and Alibaba stories. John Ehrlichman, always a treat to catch up with you, and thanks for going with us.
Thanks for playing with us.
Came in goofy. You know how we roll.
Baba.
Anchor of BNN Bloomberg's The Open, correspondent for CTV National News, joining us on the phone from Toronto. I believe that is their ticker symbol, isn't it?
Baba?
B-A-B-A?
Yeah. The ADR? Yeah, Baba.
Yeah. So it's not that insane.
It was just how you said it. You're like, Baba. Baba.
Baba.
Baba.
Yeah. Well, I am sitting in a 2-year-old's bedroom that broadcasting the
show. I don't think
so.
Alice would say it that way.
Yeah, she'd be like, it's Alibaba, Daddy.
Exactly.
Probably what she'd say. Jack Ma. She'd be like, Jack Ma.
Jack Ma.
In any case, a lot more ahead. We're going to talk a little Peloton. We're going to get to the close of trading for the week. We're going to talk about real estate. We're going to talk about private jets.
Sports.
We've got a lot to do.
Yes,
Sports.
we do. Yeah, we're not done yet. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order
Broadcasting
submitted.
live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up, we're going to talk Peloton. $1,000 bike could be coming. This is Peloton's moment. Stock is up. $45 a share. It's trading. Went public at 29. That and much more coming up. First to Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Hello there, and here's what's going on. We've got 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. With the Dow, the S&P, both negative right now. Been that kind of
Order
a day for
filled.
the S&P,
Order
fluctuating
canceled.
between gains and losses. But right now in the final half hour of trading, looking at red on my screen on the S&P. Stocks have been fluctuating as the volatility that has whipsawed investors all week shows few signs of abating. Nasdaq, by the way, up now by 17, up by 0.2%. The dollar is strengthening. S&P now back on the plus side by half a point. The Dow down 58, lower by 0.2%. Oil is sinking, down 1.5% on West Texas Intermediate crude as doubts emerge over the strength of China's economic recovery and as tensions between Washington and Beijing flare. Among some of the oil names today, ExxonMobil down 0.2%. BP is down about 0.6%, and shares of EOG Resources, they're down 0.8%, and Pioneer Natural Resources lower by 1.6%. 3:32 on Wall Street. Time now for the Small Business Report with John Tucker.
After starting his career in finance, Jimmy McDonald made a switch to small business entrepreneur. With his wife's staff, they created Authenticity 50, which makes high-quality sheets and bedding. As an internet-based business, they have survived during the pandemic. And Jimmy, tell us what sort of impact you've seen from the outbreak.
Yeah, there has been an impact, and in some ways it's been a positive one because, our message about community and supporting those around us really resonates with people, and we're putting our money where our mouth is in this process, and have been doing it since 2015. So the Made in USA aspect does resonate and has been positive. But there have been challenges. Some of our suppliers have had to temporarily close down their businesses due to COVID, and most are now up and running. Several of them have actually shifted pretty much all their production capacity to PPE fabrics, which we're very proud of and glad that they're doing.
Jimmy McDonald, owner of Authenticity 50, Made in the USA bedding and towels. Thanks very much. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Small Business Report.
And we thank you very much, John. 27 minutes to go ahead of the close. S&P now flat. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Pellet,
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate it.
We do. We both appreciate it.
So much.
So much, indeed. Listen, we want to get right to our next guest because this call across the Bloomberg terminal, and it comes from Bernie McTernan. He works over at Rosenblatt. He's an analyst, and he says the fitness and wellness company Peloton may be looking to make another version of its high-end bank. So Bernie joins us on the phone in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Did you say bank? Bike.
Bike. Did I say bike? Bank?
You said bank.
Oh, sorry. Well, maybe.
Maybe they're going to make bank on their new bike.
Maybe they're going to make bank on their new bike. It is definitely Friday. Bernie, thanks for your patience here. Tell us about your note here. And you specifically cite some comments from John Foley, Peloton's CEO, that they have talked about launching a value bike. What did you hear?
Yep, thanks for having me on. So there was an article that was published in Time Magazine and talking about having a cheaper bike. And we already assume a cheaper treadmill comes in fiscal 22, which personally I think is a bigger opportunity than the value bike. But the conversation of a value bike is consistent with their recent discussion on affordability. And I think the reason why they're increasingly talking about affordability is because they've learned from the coronavirus is that their customer acquisition costs are just a lot lower than they originally anticipated. And they have a strategy where their net customer acquisition costs, so the gross profit that they make from selling the bike or the treadmill, goes into sales and marketing expense. And all of a sudden, they think they don't need to spend as much on sales and marketing, so that allows them to invest back in the business, and that means focus on affordability. And the reason why we like the stock so much is because of their subscription product. Once people become Connected Fitness subscribers, they don't churn off. Customer lifetime value is huge. So focus on affordability, increases the TAM, drives more subscribers.
Right, and that's really what this all comes down to. I mean, this is, and I know this is a tired metaphor, Bernie, but I'm going to use it anyway. I mean, this is razors and razor blades sort of 8.0, right? In the sense of once you get that bike, and full disclosure, I have one, Carol has one, and you really do get it's hard to get rid of to some extent. You're not just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to send it back. I'm not really using it anymore. And you're going to keep paying for it. And it is, it's pretty reliable from a revenue stream perspective, I would imagine.
Yeah, and the two analogies and I completely get your razor and razor blade analogy. The ones that we like to use are comparing to Netflix and comparing it to Roku. So with Netflix, this is a business that really scales. And frankly, we also cover Netflix. We have a neutral rating on the stock. But with Netflix, it's there's a lot of competition for their content. We have HBO Max launching next week. It's a bidding process for all the scripts. For Peloton, it's not that same way, and it doesn't matter for them if you have 1,000 people watching, a cycling ride or 1 million or 2 million. It doesn't matter. So it's the same thing. So we think that there's the economies of scale akin to Netflix. And then also with Roku is interesting because, you're selling a device, and this is very similar to the razors and razor blades, but you're selling a device and then you're making, but the real reason is because of that, the ancillary revenues on top of it. So for Roku, it's advertising, but for Peloton, it's subscription.
Right. Well, Bernie, how much of, do you foresee too, and I think they're learning this because of COVID-19, not only is it having their specific pieces of equipment, but just tapping into a streaming world?
Yeah, well, I think one of the shifts that was happening before the coronavirus was the shift towards home fitness. There were things like Tonal and Mirror. Mm-hmm. Nike was coming out with an app too. So I think there was a shift towards home fitness coming anyways, and then all of a sudden trends just got accelerated. I don't know who's going to be clamoring to go back to a SoulCycle or a flywheel and be sweating on the bike 6 inches away from someone else. So I think Peloton already had an advantage business model just because there's not 50 people per class. There could be 50,000 people in the class. So I think, tapping into those economics really is what makes the business model so attractive and why we think they'll be able to win long term.
Really quickly, 15 seconds, you've got a $56 share price target. Do you feel pretty conservative about that, or you feel pretty good with that for the next year? Just quickly.
I think there's still lots of leverage for them to pull to the upside where estimates can go higher from here.
All right.
Wow. Interesting. All right. Well, great stuff. Really interesting note, and it's a stock certainly we've watched very closely since the IPO. Love to keep in touch with Bernie McTernan. He is an analyst for Rosenblatt Securities. Joining us on the phone from Connecticut. Those comments that John Foley made in Time Magazine certainly driving some discussion about where this market will go. They've also got some competition coming up. We've talked about mixed fitness on this program before. Is that your dog?
Yeah, sorry. I have some chicken here, and she's just staring at it in a big
Checks
way.
out.
All right, let's get to world and national news headlines. Let's check in with Bob Moon. Hi,
Order
Bob.
submitted. Order filled.
Hi, Carol. Some of the nation's governors might have to answer to a higher
Order
authority
submitted.
when it
Order
comes to
filled.
gatherings at places of worship starting this weekend. President Trump is that higher authority.
Order
He's
canceled.
threatening to override state leaders who don't abide by his request, although he wasn't clear today what authority he has to do so.
Some governors have deemed liquor stores and abortion clinics as essential, but have left out churches and other houses of worship. It's not right. So I'm correcting this injustice and calling houses of worship essential.
Trump made his announcement during a hastily arranged press conference at the White House where he did not take questions. He ignored a reporter who tried to ask whether he planned to go to church this weekend. Please, do I have your attention? Actually, it takes more than that to corral millions of pupils across the country these days. So are we learning any lessons from online schooling? Here's Bloomberg's Irv Chapman.
Some big city school systems have been handing out computers to pupils who need them, former Education Secretary Arne Duncan noted in a Bloomberg interview.
The idea that children can only learn when they're in a physical school building 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon just doesn't make any sense today, and children should be able to learn anything they want, anytime, anywhere. and have to have not just devices but access to hotspots and to Wi-Fi.
Duncan said conducting a lesson in front of a camera instead of a classroom is a skill that will have to become part of teacher education. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob.
All right, Bob, thank you so much. We're still laughing.
Scout has been removed. She was being so good. She was lying at my feet. She sometimes will be in the room with me and just sleep
Order
for 4 hours.
And then she's like, "Whoa, chicken?"
She's like, "Is that fried chicken? That smells really good."
Smells really good. I'd like some of that.
And literally
please?
just stares at it and then just starts to whine.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Checks out.
Yeah, checks out.
Meanwhile, in the world of retail, we've been talking a lot about this. And, it's interesting to think about this story now because, a month ago we were talking to a lot of folks around the retail world, and they said landlords, they're going to give you a break because they want to keep stores in place, whether it's a restaurant or, a more traditional retailer. Well, we may be starting to see some default notices, and this is where it starts to cascade a little bit, I think.
Well, and this was the problem, right? I think we all thought, okay, we'll be home for a few weeks or so, or maybe a month or two, and then we'll be back to normal. Well, that's not even close to the case. And so landlords are now like, all right, we've got to collect rent. Yeah, so they're sending out some great reporting, I should point out, on the Bloomberg. Lauren Coleman-Lochner follows retail along with Jordan Holman and Natalie Wong. So apparently retail landlords are sending out thousands of default notices to tenants. And so you do wonder, those tenants, those retailers in particular, what that means for them, the type of pressure it puts on them. Does it ultimately tip them into bankruptcy or maybe total collapse? I do think we're going to see some increased falling out, retail.
Well, and it's interesting. David
canceled.
Simon, he's been a guest
canceled.
of ours. We had him at the Year Ahead last year. He said in a conference call around their earnings, I'm quoting here, the bottom line is we do have a contract and we do expect to get paid. And he said they're taking into account their tenants' financial status, market position, and the depth of their relationship. But at the end of the day, they got to get paid. It's not any more complicated than that. They have their own bills to pay.
And we know from David Simon, because we did that panel with the head of Macy's, like they work together with retail to figure out what's the best way to move forward. But yeah, I mean, everybody's got some pressure and everybody's got to pay their bills. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. In fact, a long holiday weekend. S&P now higher by 3, up by 0.1%. For these final few minutes this week, this is where it's gotten really interesting. Right now, the Dow is down 34, a drop there of 0.1%. Nasdaq up 26. That is a gain of 0.3%. Again, the S&P higher now by 4 points, up by about 0.1%. 10-year up 4/32 with a yield of 0.65%. Gold up 0.4%, 17.34 the ounce, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, 33.48 a barrel. Stocks have been fluctuating as the volatility that has whipsawed investors all week shows few signs of abating. Again, oil snapping a 6-day winning streak. WTI down now by 1.3%. S&P up 4. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
It is time for the drive to the close, getting ready to wrap up the trading day and the trading week before the long holiday weekend. Larry Pitkowski is back with us, co-founder and portfolio manager at Good Haven Capital Management, based in Millburn, New Jersey, and that's exactly where we find him on the phone on this Friday. Larry, nice to have you here. How are you doing?
I am doing fine, Carol. Doing okay. How are you doing?
We're doing okay. You know, it's amazing. Week 10, and it's pretty remarkable of the folks that we talk to, and a lot of people are working and doing their thing. That's certainly, we know, unfortunately not the case for everyone, but moving along. And it's been an interesting week where we saw some enthusiasm come back into the equity markets. We continue to hear a lot from the Federal Reserve overall, and certainly the Fed Chief Jay Powell. What are you noticing that's kind of interesting in the trade, and maybe what you're hearing from some of your clients?
Well, it's been a very unusual period, Carol. You know, our modus operandi over all the years at Good Haven and in my prior life was to, be very aggressive investing when there is severe downturns and market volatility and panic selling and the things that we saw in March. And I was aggressive in March. We probably put about, 30-40% of our cash to work during those really dark days of market volatility. And now you've had prices lift substantially in some areas, and you've had credit markets much improved. And I think you've shifted now from will the economy and will the credit markets and banking markets, will everything function normally? And now you're asking the question of what are certain companies going to earn over the next 6 to 24 months, which is a lot harder. So I think you've taken the fear of a lack of functioning of a lot of important parts of the system. You put that over to the side thanks to the very strong efforts of the Federal Reserve and Congress and the White House. And now you've got to sift through as an investor and try and see if you are comfortable looking a bit forward. And some industries are relatively straightforward, but lots of others, it's it's a bit of a wild card.
Yeah. So, Larry, walk us through some of that. I mean, obviously, you were making some initial bets, as you say, during a very dark period of time when most people were certainly running the other way. You know, you were running into this market, which is noble and probably paid off quite well for you, as you alluded to and as Carol alluded to, in terms of where the markets are today. How has your thinking evolved in terms of who may come out of this, either in terms of individual names or in terms of sectors, now that we are starting to at least get some sense of the shape of the recovery?
Well, I think as I was looking at purchases to make during that period, and you know, I'm not as young as I look or sound, so I've seen my share of downturns. But I think what was most unusual about this one, and it is nothing that's been seen before by anybody, is, you know, to have a cessation of such a large part of the economy makes forward thinking very difficult for lots of industries where some of the potential bargains are. And so, you know, there were lots of industries where, you know, where they're relatively straightforward, but that's not where the potential opportunities may have lied. For instance, in the financial sector during March, I think there was a bit of a view that a lot of the alternative asset managers who had some leverage within their investment portfolios would be in for a very difficult period and might have some real problems. We had our eye on KKR for quite some time. At Good Haven, we like to buy good businesses run by talented management teams where the management teams have skin in the game. And you know, KKR has built quite a machine. Assets under management are $207 billion. They've grown at about 17% a year since '05. The employees and the management own about 40% of the company. They've grown book value at a very nice clip, I think about 10% a year since '09. And as the shares really cascaded all the way down to the mid-teens, we use that as an opportunity to make some purchases, which I think, you know, they've already worked out fine, but I think they'll work out very well over time, and I think it's still interesting.
Well, and it's interesting about KKR, and keep me honest here, Larry, one of the differentials, I believe, between them and their competitors like Blackstone and Carlyle is that they are more aggressive or sort of structurally able to use their balance sheet, right, in a different way than some of those other names are.
Yeah, Jason, I think that's a great point. I mean, they have become more focused on growing book value, and they've been very articulate about that. And, you know, it's interesting. We own some Brookfield Asset Management, which we own because we own some Oaktree, and it got bought by Brookfield. And Brookfield came at their current business structure being a grow book value for the owners and then build an asset management business. And KKR has come at it from have an asset management business and then focus on growing book value. And, you know, they've got, I think one of the executives said on the recent call, they've got something like 80% of the assets are locked up for 8 years or longer. And so they're focused on it, as you said, in a different sense. But you've got a great underlying business. You've got people that seem to be very talented investors. They've got skin in the game. And they are focused on growing book value. And they have been very active. I think they put, you know, $8 billion to work, probably more by now, during, let's call it, March and April, including a substantial amount in the credit market. So we think that will serve owners well over time.
Is there anything you would not buy in particular in this market environment?
That's a hard question, Carol. I mean, there's always things. I think you just have to look at something and see if you can come up with some reasonable range of estimates about what you think the future looks like, and then how does that stock price or bond price compare with what you think the company is worth. And there's always things where you just, you know, it belongs in the too hard pile. You just can't figure it out, or you think the price is no bargain, or you think it's too dangerously leveraged, or there should be very few things. Even during a downturn, you've always got to be very picky. There should be very few things you're willing to do. You should pretend you've got a limited number of decisions you can make in your investment lifetime, and it will serve you better. You'll make fewer, and hopefully they will be of better quality.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Hope you have a nice long holiday weekend. Larry Pitkowski, co-founder, portfolio manager of Good Haven Capital Management, joining us on the phone from Millburn, New Jersey. He had me at KKR, Carol. I mean, such an interesting exploration.
I picked up my
of
knitting
that
at that point because I knew you were gone for a while.
You're like, hey, Scout, do you need some chicken, or can you bring me some chicken?
Just don't touch my avocado, Scout.
There you go.
Just gonna say, yeah, great conversation, very thoughtful, and I think he, along with a lot of others during that downturn, were finding great opportunities, and people did a lot of buying. And
that took an iron stomach, though, I have to say. I mean, you knew it was the right thing to do.
Markets go up, markets go down, Jason Kelly. You know that. You know that. All right, stick around, folks. Just a few minutes away from that closing bell. We'll count you down to the bell.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it. Sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange, being rung in honor of Memorial Day and lives lost in military service to our nation, and it is on to a long holiday weekend. Mixed day, lots of cheers with the Dow Jones Industrial Average closing at just about the best level of the day, down 9 points, a drop there of 0.04%. S&P up 6 at the close, higher by 0.2%. Nasdaq rallied 39 points, higher by 0.4%. Stocks fluctuated for much of the session as the volatility that has whipsawed investors all week showed few signs of abating. The dollar strengthened. Oil snapped a 6-day winning streak. West Texas Intermediate crude ending the week at about $33.50 a barrel, down today by 1.4%. Now, as for the overall market backdrop, Larry Pitkowski is co-managing partner at Good Haven Capital Management. He was our guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
I think you've shifted now from will the economy and will the credit markets and banking markets, will everything function normally? And now you're asking the question of what are certain companies going to earn over the next 6 to 24 months, which is a lot harder.
S&P 500 index did trade within a narrow range today after slumping as much as 0.5%. Again, ended the day with a gain of 0.2%. Caterpillar and Johnson & Johnson weighed on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. After earnings, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise advanced today by 2.9%, and NVIDIA shares fell 11.4% after delivering a quarterly revenue forecast that was in line with analyst estimates, helped by a surge in spending on internet infrastructure and purchases of computer gaming gear. And to be clear, it was NVIDIA that was up 2.9%. HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, plunging today by 11.4%. Again, recapping here, stocks did advance with the S&P 500 index up by almost 7 points, ending the week heading into the weekend at 29.55. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Whoa, yeah, what I say.
Your next move will be your last.
Nobody move a muscle.
Damn, Shippy, you got some moves.